Hello, everyone. All right. All right. Let's get myself situated here. Let's get the show on the road. Most of them are in this one. Apparently there was a little oopsie with the other race. It was a sprint and somebody put it on 3 laps. Jesus Lord. Everybody's making their way over. Alright. Here we go. Hey Chewy, how you doing? Chilling, gonna play some Car X. What the hell is Car X? How about you? I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm just chilling. Chilling. The calm before the storm. I was thinking of doing a short stream because after this I'm gonna have to do some 3.0 stuff. So I figured, you know what? I have a few hours. I'm gonna do a stream. Oh, it's drifting. God. You a drifter. You having an argument with the bots? I don't know, man. Those cheap viewers ain't gonna come that cheap. 100%. Let you cook. Oh, I'll let you cook. Go get him, chef. Nope, wrong. I'll tell you what he wants. I'll tell you what this bot wants. He wants to get banned. Give me 1 second. There we go. Boom. Boom. Bim, bop, boom, boom, pow. Why don't you just make your chat following only? I did that, and the thing is, people will always try and converse with you before they'll give you a follow. You're more likely to get a follow out of not putting it in following chat, so that people actually be like, oh, this guy's actually chill. Let me press the follow button. I don't think I can be that arrogant to put my chat in following. Or be that conceited. But it would also stop the bots. Maybe I should put it in following only. Here, restrict chat to followers based on their following duration, or turn off followers only mode. That's the only thing I can do. I'll check after this race. I don't want to keep people waiting for too long. He's gonna leave the race. Message in the top right. Someone has left the race. Oh, I guess not. No. Got a guy with grit. That is true. That is true, Shuri. Oh my god, this car is unruly. My car just didn't want to turn. Interesting. Like the steering wheel just froze up. I was like, okay, I guess that can happen. All right. Wait, what? I missed a checkpoint? Oh, wait, it's a turn that you have to take. Oh. I don't know how the fuck I messed that up. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting car. Oh my god, why are they bullying? Jesus Christ. And if I don't like the stream, I'm gonna hit unfollow or leave it for my once per year purging that I do. I haven't done a purge in a long time. I should probably get to that at some point. I don't know how to put my chat in follower only. Oh wait, follower only. Found it. There we go. Now people have to follow. Alright. No more bots. One would hope so. Till the bots get smart enough to follow and immediately unfollow after their message. Double trouble kickoff in turns. Womp 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 womp. We're gonna hope no one's gonna attack you with fake viewers. You know, for a really long time, this was like years ago. I don't know who did it, but somebody was basically botting my stream. So I would like get like 200 to 300 viewers every single stream that I did for like 2 weeks straight. I got so fucking angry, and it's one of the few times when I actually shouted on my stream like out of pure frustration, and I said like, whoever's doing this, stop doing this. Like, I don't want my numbers to go up like this. I don't want any of this. So please stop doing this. And then eventually it stopped. All right. Where's my playlist? Well done. I love when my steering freezes and I just don't get to have an input. Just because the car slightly takes it. Again. Fuck off, dude. Why? You can go sideways to come down. Interesting interaction there with the curve. Only you got points for drifting. Fuck yeah, now man. I'll be taking all the points home today. Look at this. I don't get it. I don't get how people take that turn without the car fucking going yeet. If I fully gas that turn, like the car handling will just cease. So I don't know how people do that. Or I will start fucking like drifting and losing grip. So I don't know how people do a full gas on that one turn. From like Utopia to Dutch London onto like Rockford. That turn is alien to me. I fucked up that turn. dog. Fuck off. Actually, fuck off. With that kind of king. Can't say the word. Can't say that word. That's fucking dog shit. When a car does that. That literally, like, more often than once, I have literally FA quit because of that shit. One of my biggest pet peeves, when your car just... You know what? Maybe racing is not in the books today. Fuck that. Fuck that. One hour. That's all it took. And I'm tilted. Play something else. Ugh. The car was being dumb as fuck. So I couldn't be fucked anymore. When a car does something, like, stupid, like, I don't want to sit back and be like, oh, it's my bad. Like, it's not my bad. It's not my bad. When I do it with any other car, or like I do that road 100 times, and out of that 100 times, just it's just feel like fucking idiotic. The GT3 was the car at hand that that it happened with. Just one too many things. They just happen, and I'm just like, dude, this makes no fucking sense. I'm taking the turn the exact same way as the car in front of me, but my car fucking slips. Like, I'm sorry, but and they come in with twice as much speed as me. Like, no. Like, I'm sorry, but no. Even when I'm careful with the turn, if the car literally does like a dumb fucking thing, I can't deal with it. Because it's like, dude, this is shit. And that's all there is to it. It's shit. If somebody can literally go through a corner at like 100 miles and my car decides to slip at like 60, that's fucking stupid to me. The very concept is fucking stupid to me. When you're not doing anything dumb in that turn, just the car decides, oh, there's a little bit of wind under me. Hey, let's fucking do 360s now. It's like, no, you cannot fucking justify shit like that to me. It doesn't go in with me. If I make a mistake while driving, obviously I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's my bad. But when you see cars do like the same shit in front of you with twice the speed and they grip like fucking, I'm not going to say that. They have very good grip. To me, that doesn't make sense, nor do I want to continue. And it just puts me off. When your car just has a mind of its own. It's like, dude, I never told you. I never told this input. I never did this. I even took the fucking turn like a grandma. And I went extra slow. And still the car was like, yeah, nah. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that. It kicks the fun out of it for me because I don't feel like I can push for a better time when the car is just going to be like, hey, when you push, I'm just going to fuck you over. When? We don't know, but I'll fuck you over. I don't like racing a car that I don't know to that extent, where it's just going to be like that stupid with me. I don't like it. It's one thing to be reckless and push your time, but it's also not knowing what the car will do. And that aspect pissed me off with that car in that moment. And it happened like 3 times in the span of like 2 minutes. It's like, no, I don't want to do this. Like, fuck you. I'm not interested. I'd rather do something else with my time. Or I'd rather go race somewhere else where I don't have to be confronted with that kind of idiotic fucking approach. Like, I just, it doesn't sit well with me. I can't even give constructive feedback on that. Like, how do I tell a developer, hey, this is fucking dog shit, while it's literally like, and they're like, okay, what is dog shit? So when I cut the corner here, other cars can do it at twice my speed, but for some reason, when I do it, sometimes I can do it at their speed, sometimes I can't do it in their speed. Okay, what's the difference? Nothing. It is a flip of a coin. Okay, but how can we develop to that? But you can't, unfortunately. That's the problem. The only thing I can say is it's so inherently like sits wrong with me that I just don't want to race anymore. It's that simple. And it's incredibly off-putting if you see other cars do exactly that in like the most broken ass way, and you're like, oh, okay, so there's a meta. It's not just drive the cars you enjoy. Some cars are just shit, and some cars are just gonna be good. So everybody eventually is gonna all drive the exact same thing, and that's also something I don't like. I don't like it. It is something that's unavoidable in a lot of games where people will min max, but I hate that. I hate it. I want to drive a car because it's my favorite car. The GT3 is one of my favorite cars. But I know that if I drive the GT3, I'm never going to do well. And that to me is just like, oh, okay, so we all just need to choose between the same three cars and there'll be no personality. Everybody's just grabbing the best car because they're min maxing. I don't like it. And what frustrates me even more is I can't give feedback because I'm just not good with giving feedback. Like I literally like I give the most like based fucking rudimentary like Neanderthaler feedback, and unfortunately Nova's the only one that can decipher what I mean. Like I would go to Nova and I'd be like, this car, when I hit the curb, it goes patam, and I want it to go like boom over it, and then when I take the corner, I want to go like through the corner, and I don't feel like I'm being swept up or some shit. Like I literally give the most stupid feedback, but Nova knows what I mean. I can't do that with NightZoom. Imagine me talking to a developer that way, and the developer will just be like, "The fuck did he just say?" Can't do it. That's why, like, I had like a whole like spreadsheet with feedback on cars, and I was just like, "Dude, this makes no fucking sense." You sound like that one surfer. Oh yeah, it'd be like, "Oh, it's that way to." Yep, pretty much. You hit the nail on the head there. Oh, but yeah, it just it doesn't sit well with me. So I rather than snap my keyboard in half or any of that, I'll just chill. I much prefer to just chill. Do something else, then be frustrated at something that in 10 minutes I won't give a shit about. So for now, we're just gonna chat for a little bit, and then I'll think about what to do next. Wait, why do they have two? Huh, that's weird. All right, all right. So while we decompress, I'll just quickly grab some of my cards and I'll just organize it while I talk to you guys because that's somehow therapeutic for me. I know I'm a nerd. All right. That's an. Oh, that smells like brand new. Wait, what the hell is this? I don't know what this is. I thought it was a mouth guard for a second. Looks like a. I don't know. Looks like we don't. We shouldn't touch that. These are the dividers. Get a few of them, I think. Yeah. Get 10 of them. Alright. Okay, show us what cards you have. It is very difficult to show you my cards because uh, I don't have the camera set up for that. But what I can tell you is that I recently bought the new Gundam card game, and yeah, for people who know me, they know that I am a very big fan of Gundam. Very big fan of Gundam. L streamer. I am an L streamer. You're right. I'm not even gonna deny it. I am an L streamer, but I'm one very happy L streamer. I know that these products are very hard to come by. I've learned that the hard way because I opened some of it and I was like, "Yo, I want more." And when I went back for more, I found out that there is no more. Everything is sold out everywhere, and everything has been put on back order, which is yeah, wild. Is there more room here if I do this? Yes, there is. Put one of them here. Um, Put one of them in there. One of them in there. One of them in here. And then put my One Piece decks in here. There we go. I don't know what this is for. I feel like it fits perfectly like this, but probably something new. Wait, you have One Piece cards? Yeah, yeah. I have two decks of One Piece. Oh, I don't have that much One Piece. Um, I have like enough to play games with my friends and with my partner. Um, but I really didn't. I decided to not really go balls deep on the One Piece card game because scalpers. So I bought two starter decks and I had a few like packs that came with it. That's literally the extent of my collection. I just didn't want to get suckered in the scalper game. Any good cards? I mean the decks they work pretty well. That I have. I have the Luffy and Yamato deck. As for collection, I have an alternate art Nami from Fist of Divine Speed, which is worth like £35, like €40, €38, something like that. Managed to pull it out of like a single pack, so I'm quite chuffed with that pull. Um, as for as for my Gundam collection, I managed to get really lucky. Had a few really good pulls. Pulled some really expensive cards as well. So I'm quite happy with my Gundam pulls. Um, I have a few, obviously, cards for my collection from other card games. You can probably throw a dart at like a wall, and you can put like all kinds of card games on there. There's a big chance that I'm probably collecting one of them. Which one is the most expensive card you have? So I have a card, and it's not graded. But if I get it graded and it actually like grades like 9 or 10, it could be worth like a few hundreds. um, which is one of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Um, I would say probably that. That and like some collector's cards from Magic that I have that sort of like are just sitting there, slowly increasing in value. I would say probably those. But like single card that I've pulled myself is probably like a an LOB Blue Eyes, which is one of my favorite cards. So I'm never selling it because I want it. Um, I should technically get it graded because if it's graded 9 or 10, it could be worth a fuck ton. But I just don't want to spend it on the grading because I like it was something that was meant for me, not for selling. But yeah, I would say probably that's my most valuable card, followed by like a couple of other cards here and there that are worth a couple of hundred as well. I started this collection like about 12 years ago. Started slowly buying and selling cards. I even have a YouTube channel that was dedicated to all of that, which at one point was doing quite well. But then my sponsorship decided they weren't gonna sponsor people anymore. They were gonna do it all in house. So I lost that sponsorship, which kind of tanked my YouTube career because I couldn't afford it. Unfortunately, having cards as a hobby is very expensive in this day and age, especially because you're competing with scalpers too, which is a fucking nightmare. But I can comfortably say, um, I've amassed quite an impressive collection over the years with some impressive cards to go along with it. Yeah, one of my friends collects Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I used to. I used to also play it. But things became a bit too competitive for my liking. A bit too solitary, and I didn't like that. I like Yu-Gi-Oh when it's like the back and forth thing. But once you get into like the deck building and you get into like the nitty gritty of like really building like good decks that are well coherent, you're basically playing solitaire, knowing when to use hand traps and when to interrupt, and that's literally it. There's nothing more to it, and I found that to be very boring. I like the back and forth. I like the idea of squaring off with somebody and having back and forth rather than like the average Yu-Gi-Oh game takes like what 4 or 5 turns now. There's imagine having like an entire deck of cards, right? You pay like 500, 600 like euros, dollars, whatever for it, only for it to last like depending on which deck you play, 2, 3 turns. Like, dude, I don't want to spend that much money just to have like that. And the thing is, then you got to find people like minded, and you'll either find people who are more extreme than you, or you'll find people who are just more casual and want to have, the nostalgia experience. Finding like minded people who are at the same level of competitiveness as you in Yu Gi Oh! Is really hard. He collects more the old ones, not the GX. I don't know what it's called. Yeah, I'm mostly into the GX era, which is where most of my decks stem from. But I also have classic decks. Like for example, my I would say probably my favorite deck is my Blue Eyes deck, followed by my Heroes deck, which is vanilla and GX. So first and second generation. I have a few other decks as well from like archetypes that I really like. That's usually how I build decks. If I really like the way the card looks, that's probably the deck that I'm building. I've done it once where I built a deck where I didn't like the way it looked, but it was just meta. And I was just destroying with that deck, but I didn't have fun. Nor did I like the deck. The deck just wins games. That was it. It's like, oh, I'm winning games now. That's it's great. It's like, but are you having fun? Like, no, not at all. Not at all. A really fun card game that I will always say it's my favorite card game. It's called Cardfight Vanguard. And just don't be tricked by the name because it is a really fun card game. It's a very fair card game to play because you can beat people with like a starter deck. You can literally go to like an official tournament with a starter deck and you actually have a genuine chance of winning games. It is the most balanced card game that's out there in my eyes because a lot of it is luck. A lot of people hate that because people are like, I don't like it that it's luck based. It's like, dude, be glad that it's luck based because if it's luck based, that means more people will enjoy it and it's more fun. But people are too competitive. They're like, no, I don't want luck. I want skill. It's like, oh, okay, all right, be that guy. Fuck you. There we go. Okay, I've divided everything between commons and uncommons. I will say when a card game just comes out is when it's most fun. Which is what I'm currently experiencing with Gundam. If I play card games, it's gonna be Uno or Cards Against Humanity or any of that sorts. Yeah, it's more of a board game. It's the board game rather than the collecting game. Um, well, I say collecting game, TCG or CCG, however you want to call it, over a pre-constructed um non-deck building game. So yeah, I do get that. I do get that. I have those as well that I really enjoy, but it's mostly for me. It's mostly like trading card games that don't play like solitaire. Carlin, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And hello, everybody. Hello, hello. I have no idea what I did to deserve this raid, but thank you so much, Carlin. Hope you had an amazing stream. Thank you so much. And hello, Choco. Hi, I'm here. Miss me? That's a good question. Carlin, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. Have a fun stream. I will try my very best to have a fun stream. I will try my very, very best. Thank you so much again for that raid. Hope you had an amazing stream yourself. And thank you. Thank you so much. My goodness. That is far too kind. It's okay if you didn't. I don't give a fuck. I'm just joking. I'm joking. I love pulling legs, even my own. Especially like when I do a big stretch. But yeah, we're just talking about cards right now. Because we were racing earlier and the racing got a bit exhausting, so we're taking a little break now and we're just having a conversation while I'm organizing my cards. Trying to be tidy with my cards. So that's currently what we're doing. Because I had a new storage box arrive today, so I'm just neatly organizing it. So yeah, this new box predominantly is for Gundam and for One Piece. So this is where my Gundam and One Piece stuff is gonna go into. And there we go. We've already done that. Now I just need to find a place for it on my shelf. Give me 1 second, guys, while I'm quickly organizing. There we go. I'll do the rest of it later. Oh, okay. All right, that's the first sort of task done. Really need to organize my cards because the more I get in and I don't organize it, the more unruly my collection gets. I don't like that. One thing I need to do is I need to sell some cards because it's sort of like the right time now to sell a few cards off. So I need to sell. So that's on the menu. Right, here we go. How you doing, Choco? Low root Choco, no response. She's probably doing something, knowing her. I'm writing. There you go. She's writing. Let me quickly check out Carlin because what does Carlin do for stream? Let's see. No videos. So no VODs. Any clips? Any clips? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's vibration. Gotcha. That's a racer from NightZoom. And I've seen him in the top of the list as well, like a top racer. So there you go. If you guys like your racers, make sure you go and check out Carlin. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Carlin underscore 66, aka Vibration. I'm writing. I'm so busy and not writing to Twitch chat. That's crazy. All right, we'll go back into NightZoom. We'll give it another try. Totally not pop a vein. I have a character in a thing who's kind of dead, kind of missing, kind of in a limbo, and I gotta words it, and it's hard. I can tell. I can tell. I can tell that it's hard. You're smoking out of your ears? That's no bueno. Smoke is not supposed to be coming out of your ears. There we go. So so sorry, just have people coming. But I think yeah, but I'm just a dumb gremlin, so doing smart things makes my cogs turn harder and run out of grease faster, so they get a little smoky. Listen, smoking is bad. Non-stop chewing. You shouldn't be saying that you're a smoker. You should be saying I'm stopping smoking. I need to stop smoking. That's what you should be doing. Yes. The fuck? Nope, I'm addicted. Yeah, that's what every person says. I don't smoke. Just thinking gives me brain sprain because I'm stupid. There we go. We'll have a little TED talk. Division, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that. And the follow. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yellow and blue. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good few races. I saw you earlier. Wait, I was right? You're also racing on NightZoom. Because I saw your name, I think, in one of the races. Yeah, I hosted Supersonic. That's where I saw you. That's where I saw you. Good man. Good man. Yeah, mostly when I'm on NightZoom, I'm just organizing races and finishing at the back of it. But I love the idea of just organizing so that people don't have to stress it. That's what I do. I'm an organizer. Feel that? Yeah, I'm trying to do my bit. Trying to do my bit. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So yeah, today's stream, I'm not gonna go as long because after this, I need to do some 3.0 stuff. Um, which I'm quite excited about, to be honest. Wait, aren't you part of Kaiju? Oh shit! Hey, Division, I'm your triple OG. If not your quadruple OG. I'm one of the founding members of Kaiju. Damn, nice to meet you. Hey, hey. I'm the one who gives shit. I'm the one who gives Sin shit. I thought that was Tatsu. I don't even know who Tatsu is. But I do know for a damn fact that one of the first few members of Kaiju is me, Andrew, and Nova, along with Sin. Is joke? I, I, I Choco, I, I don't know who Tatsu is. I'm not even being mean. I have no idea who Tatsu is. I'm not even active on Project Street anymore. Um, I I try to be, but right now I'm just sort of like a bit done in. With how things are. Like, I love Project Street. Don't get me wrong, and I love the admins. I love the people over there. I will not say an ill word. But unfortunately, lately the amount of curb boosting sweats has just increased by tenfold, and I just every time I go there and I see these people curb munching, I just get so discouraged. I'm just like, I don't want to do this. They won't get banned anyway. Like, I can't be fucked. Every fucking race, you have these people and they take shortcuts, and the fact that there's no locals and half the obstructions are being removed. For me, it's like it's not really. It's pure racing. I get it, and for a purist, that is a good server. But sometimes I need to switch up. I like to switch up. He was an OD Goofy. He was. Wait, was he in? Was he in? Was he in? Hang on, hang on. It's on the tip of my tongue. Don't say anything. The Oh, what the fuck was your crew called, Choco? Fuck, the MC that you made. Oh my god, the name is completely um Phenom. Oh my god, that was a Phenom. Oh, I'm so bad with fucking. Oy. Um, NightZoom took me entirely over. He was in Phenom and Shadowsphere. There it is, Phenom. Right, gotcha. Yeah, fuck them. Project Street got kinda over competitive. I hope it'll dial back. I hope it'll die back because I do like what Project Street's got going. You mean Phenom and Gengar? Wow. Yeah, I'm not coming back to OD just because I forget a few people and a few names. Right? Gotcha. Gotcha, Choco. Gotcha. Hey, Panda. How you doing? Yes. That's just mean, Choco. That's just mean. How dare you? My memory ain't what it used to be, man. It's fragmented at times. Um, I'm dead. How are you? Hello, dead. I'm all right. I'm all right. But yeah, for the people who are here, um, just to give you some context, because I will probably regularly drop it. If I talk about 3.0 or OD, like people are saying in my chat, it is my roleplay server. I own a roleplay server, and we a few days ago announced the 3.0 version of it. So if you see people say OD, it's not overdosing. It's just want to make that very clear. It's not overdosing. Um, you own an RP server. Yes. Yes. I am a server owner. He's bringing back NoPixel 3.0. Not exactly. I'm making something better than 3.0 hopefully. I like to think honestly with the work that we've done so far in 3.0, it's looking very good. It's looking very very good. I'm very hopeful in my developers. So, I have the utmost confidence that we can do something that's even better than NoPixel 3.0. Never played on NoPixel, but 3.0 was peak. It was. It was. I had the privilege of playing on 3.0, both public and whitelisted. And yeah, no, it was amazing. It was probably the best NoPixel ever was. But obviously with 3.0, we're not looking to emulate 3.0. We're not emulating anything. Um, we're trying to do our own thing. So when you play on OD, you're not gonna find things like, oh, that's a carbon copy of other server. Like, no, we're trying to do our own thing. Like, obviously, when you rob a house or when you grow drugs, there's only so many ways, that you can do the aforementioned. So you'll find similarities, but I'll guarantee you that the entire development of 3.0 was with the intent to be our own thing with our own identity and do as much unique and our own stuff as possible. Not looking at Prodigy, not looking at NoPixel or any of these big servers. Just looking at our own and what we can do and how we can make things a bit more our way. And we're doing that in as many places as we humanly can. I am no friend when it comes to paywall access. Well, it's a good thing that we don't believe in that kind of stuff. We don't like charging our community. We always will incentivize people to roleplay on our community and contribute if they want to financially, but there's no mandatory on it. You don't get put in front of a queue. You don't get any special things in the city. You don't. If you support us financially, it's because you believe in the project and you want to support us, but we will not give you something in the city that will give you an advantage. Don't you want to have 3 days early access? No. No, we don't do that stuff. Wait, I heard it was 2 days. What the fuck? Chewy? No. Shut up, both of you. There is no early access, you motherfuckers. Give admin? You wish. You wish. To be honest, I can't even make that call as a server owner. I have somebody in place who has his own team of admins. And if you want to become an admin, you got to talk to him. Because if I, as the server owner, come in and I go, hey, give this guy admin, technically I could, but my entire staff will be on my ass and say, nope. No. So I can't even. But I like it that way. I like it, the fact that I don't make all the decisions and I don't get to have free game even though it's my own server. We're trying to run this as fair as possible with as many people at the helm as we can. Divide the tasks so that we all sort of input and it feels more like a democracy rather than a dictatorship. So that nobody will ever turn and be like, oh, look at Doodle. You know, he gets everything because he's the server owner. Like, no. No. Unfortunately, not the case. Oh. Yeah, that's currently where we are at with 3.0. Yeah, division that listen, dude, hey, that doesn't change no matter where you go, man. It doesn't change. It's the same everywhere. GTA RP slash roleplay communities inherently cause a lot of bullshit and drama. That's kind of like part of the territory. The best thing you can do is just sort of like swat it as much as you can if you're part of staff. Just swat it. But unfortunately, it's something that it comes with the territory. I'm going back to old school Arma roleplay. When I play Arma, I roleplay. The amount of times I've thrown people off when I go into Arma and I'm like, everybody's just like, yo, what are the keybinds for this? And I'm just like, keybinds? You think this is a fucking game? We're out here. It's war. Like, I'm trying to be as immersive as I can. Even when I get shot, I'm like, ah, I got hit. And people around me are just like, what the fuck? I've made a lot of people's head turns when I play Arma. But that's the fun of it, you know. I like to enjoy myself. Keybinds, yeah. I want a keyboard mod. If anyone asks for a keybind, he gets smashed with it. We were talking about that with the developers when we were working on like reworking the weapons for 3.0. And Nova was like, we should introduce a weapon that is a keyboard because it exists. And he goes, and every time somebody speaks about like keybinds or something, we can just hit him with it. You just have somebody appear just like fucking like Goku. Just like, and then just fucking start hitting them with a keyboard. It's like, you want some keybinds? I'll fucking give you some keybinds. That was an interesting time as well when we were testing out weapons. My goodness. That was a whole lot of something. It starts off really innocent. So this is what usually happens when you're like testing weapons with developers. It's the same thing when we test cars, and it takes a lot of discipline for us to not do it. Which is we start off like testing the weapons, the range, the damage drop off, and sort of like the potency of the weapon, and we then look at magazine size, compare that to the realistic counterpart of it, and we really try sort of like to get as much data as possible as we're doing it, and then it slowly turns into a shootout because then we just start shooting each other, and before we know it, we're having like a Counter-Strike 1v1 going on for the last 30 minutes. It's madness. It just slowly like degens to that point. It's the same thing with cars. Like we start off like testing it, and then we end up pursuing each other and trying to ram each other into a wall. It's yeah, it's an interesting interesting approach. So UK based server, I guess. Not really. It's not a British server. Obviously the I think the box of our server is in Germany. But obviously we emulate American a lot of stuff, like American laws. We use like American case laws. I think we base mostly things off of Californian law. But the server is European based, yes. But the actual RP that goes on, everything is America. It's the kindergarten testing. I enjoy the time that I spend with the developers, though. EU-based server for US people is fun. Honestly, the ping is not even that bad for our US people. It's like I think our player base predominantly is American. Like we have more Americans playing the server than we have Europeans playing, if I remember correctly. Or it might be a close to a 50-50. But as far as I can tell, like nobody's ever complained about like having extreme lag. Um, so well, I stopped with RP for NightZoom. Don't have to say anything more. I think NightZoom is great, and I think it's definitely doing something new for racing servers. But they said they want to be a racing server that's not like a full racing server, but like semi roleplay. I don't know exactly what they're going for with that. What they mean with semi roleplay. Um, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, I'm here for it. Um, I mean, I've always said just because I own my own server doesn't mean I exclusively play on my own server. I mean, hell, 90% of my community plays on other people's other servers as well. So, I would be a hypocrite if I said nobody's allowed to do that while I do it myself or frown upon it. Uh, I only frown on it when they make a point out of it. That's the only time you'll actually hear me pipe up to somebody when they go and play on other servers. But they're being very Well, I say they're being an ass about it. It's the only time you'll hear me pipe up about it. I don't play on other servers. Panda, you don't play on any server. You don't even role play. Cops, maybe boosting, cops and robbers type thing, maybe. I am a retired RPer. Panda, you have retired yourself, I think 8 or 9 times by now. I'm expecting it's gonna just... That's your career. You keep coming out of retirement. The only thing I play besides NightZoom is Star Citizen. Don't get me started on Star Citizen, man. That thing is forever in development. Forever. I remember when I first came to England, not long of me being here, there was a job opening for Star Citizen. And I remember I wanted to apply for it, and the agency that I was talking to about it, they said like, "Oh, I think it'll be a great fit for you to work for Star Citizen." And I was like, "Yeah, no, I'm good." I'm good. That was like 12 years ago or something. It was like 2013, I think, or 2014. It was somewhere there. So yeah, I was like, "Yeah, no, I'm good, man." Thank you, though. But I'm good. Maybe even 2012. I can't remember. Because I moved to England in 2012. Scam Citizen Dam, yep. And they choked again with their ongoing event. Star Citizen is just one of those projects, man. That was like early stage of development. Yeah. Yeah. I decided to not go for them, and I went with PlayStation instead. And that's where I've been working. I like to think I made the right decision. I like to think I did. You could have made it better. I could have. I probably would have. I would have probably told them like, "Yo, whatever the fuck is going on, listen, this ain't it. This ain't it, guys." I decided to work for another company. If it was in his hands, we would have never had Freelancer. Dude, Freelancer was a dope game though. Thanks to you, we don't have working cargo elevators. I'm sorry. You can blame that one on me. Like, going forward, you can just be like, yo, if Doodle fucking worked for you guys, man, those cargo elevators would have worked. But they probably would have played some good music as well. Get some good elevator music going. But he would have done the full fucking works on it. And now we're just stuck with broken ass elevators. Thanks, Doodle. It is funny though how like over the years I've slowly shifted the direction that I've gone with my career, because like from my degree and from what I've studied, I was a 3D designer. Well, I was a game designer as a whole. Um, Graduated top of my class, the whole shebang, and I always thought that was my calling. And then when I started looking for work in the games industry, I started more and more not wanting to do game design. It was always like game directing that I really enjoyed. So just like leading the project, which is what at school, because the way my education worked was for the first 6 months, they would teach you all the aspects of a gaming company. So you had to learn about everything. They even like did like little segments on like HR shit. And I remember those 6 months. No, not even 6 months. It started off in those preliminaries in September. Then we started in October. And then October, November, December, January, that was it. January, for those 4 months, we were then cramped, and it was so intense. Um, like everything that was part about a games company. So they would teach you animation, they would teach you game art, concept art. They would teach you 3D modeling, they would teach you rigging, they would teach you not heavy coding, but base of coding. They would teach you everything, sound design as well, all of that stuff. They would teach you all of that, and then in February they basically just drop the bomb on you and just be like, okay, so now the school is being repurposed into a games company, and that will be your project until July, where you then get to hear back whether you succeed or not. And the idea was to basically conceptualize early stages of a game, and if not, have a base walking, like sort of like a walk through the initial like assets that you would build for a game. During that time, I had to do my regular assignments. I was also working on a a documentary and documentation of the entire project for school as a side project. And on top of that, they made me and my friend project lead. So we had to conceptualize the entire project, which meant like everybody would clock in at school between 8, oh, sorry, 8, and they would clock out at like 4, right? Me and my friend would stay at school till like 6 because we had to then talk to the teachers. We had to then compile all the work, and we had to like make schedules, set up like a whole agenda for the entire project. And we did that for until from February till June, and then in July we had our review, um, which was quite intense. But at the end of it, they had people from like a games company come over, and they went over all of your work. And when they went over my work, the guy was like, "You are probably one of the few people in this entire like year that I would on the spot offer a contract to come work with me at my company." But it was a Belgian-based company, and they were doing like some very like basic shit, not what I wanted to do. So I moved to England. I moved to England, and that's when I realized that 3D modeling was like an environmental artist was what most people wanted at the time. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do game directing. I wanted to be a in project management more than anything, direct a team and sort of like work with a team on that and like document all of that. I ended up going for a complete different direction using the fact that I am like multilingual, and I started doing work for PlayStation in their online safety department, and that's where I've been working for most of my years now. Just working in online safety, and it's something that I've grown passionate about, something that I really wanted to do because that led to what I want to do now, which is community management and community interaction, which is what I did for another company where I was talking to like content creators, and I was like managing a team, managing assets, scheduling, socials, all that stuff, which is now like what I like to think that I'm good at. I like to think. But I also think that I am the only person from my school that ended up going abroad and actually getting a job in the games industry. Two of my friends who were there, they ended up becoming teachers at that school, and they were teaching people about the work, and I'm the only one who actually went on to get a job in the games industry. I took a big risk. I'll say that. Like what I did, I don't recommend people to do. I was a bit reckless, but I was also very ambitious during that time. Like I had the utmost confidence that I would figure it out. Um I like environmental work. It's a nice calming endeavor for me. Unfortunately, Panda, it's not. Environmental work literally means like they'll give you a picture or they'll give you an assignment, and it's like you put a tree here, you put a tree here, you put a tree here, here you put a bench. And like environmental artists, as much as they can have input on the table, you can't do what you want, basically. There is no freedom to it. It's not just like, let me make an environment for you. It's like, no, you get, basically, you get an assignment. And within that assignment, if you, like, if they don't like it, basically, you're like like, how do I put this? You're a slave. You're a slave to the process. And as fun as it could be to even follow a script, I liked more I liked to be the person who gave the script rather than the person who had to execute it. I much prefer to work in that sort of capacity rather than be in a how do I, it's like when you have a like a whole floor of just code monkeys, you know? I didn't want to be a code monkey. I wanted to be the person who told the code monkeys, like, or like help the process of what the code monkeys had to execute. Be a part of those conversations. That's what I wanted to do. More creative, like more creative writing, I guess, and conceptualizing rather than execution. I have the documentary somewhere, I think, on my hard drive. Because obviously I had to film everything and I was on the in the movie as well. It's somewhere. I know that. I know it's somewhere. I hope I still have it because they're like fond memories. If I find it, maybe one day I'll show everybody. But yeah, all that work, now I'm putting that towards a roleplay server. I like to think it's been going good. The developers respect my ideas, my opinions. They always ask me to help wherever I can. They also like to make fun of me. Oh damn, I didn't know that CDPR is working on Cyberpunk 2. What, like the anime? I haven't heard anything about plans of a new Cyberpunk game. But I know there's a new anime coming out. Motherfucker, whole ass forgot me. What? What do you mean whole ass forgot you? I responded to you, but you never responded back. Um, it was called Project Orion, tend to release in 2029, 2030. Oh, okay. And they are working on a new DLC for Witcher 3. Probably to like tie people over or get people to play Witcher 3 before Witcher 4. I forget what I said. Motherfucker. Swear to God, Choco, man. You forgot Phenom. Yes. Like I forget many things. I have to remember a lot of things. Some things are not gonna stick. I actually remembered that one. I just forgot about Phenom. Or tie in quest to address how Siri becomes the Witcher? Probably. I just looked randomly for jobs in the gaming business, then I saw that they search for QA people. That is the most ungrateful job. I'll tell you something about QA. I went to a company, and I'm not going to name them because they still exist to this day. I'm not going to name them. Um, I I went for a job interview, and I arrived there at their office, and they made me do a test. So I did the test. It was a written test. I do the test. They're like, okay, we're quickly going to check it. We'll be back shortly, right? And then it comes back, and they're like, okay, can you do this test now? And they had me do tests from multiple languages. Then they came back, and they said like, okay, we got everything. We'll be in touch. And I'm like, okay. They come back to me like a few days later, offering me a position with Spartan pay. Absolute Spartan pay. And they expected me to get shared accommodation in London. They weren't even going to pay for accommodating me. They weren't even giving me enough of a wage. It was a 0-hour contract based solely on like how much work there was for me, but they expected me to live in an expensive part of London and not help me get there by like paying for or helping me find a place to stay for me and my partner. And I said, I can't afford to live on London with the contract that you're offering. And they go, oh, just hire a room out of a shared accommodation. And I was like, what? What? No. No, I am not going to like go to like what? Like no. And do you know what the worst part is? Division. They're quite a big company. They're a big company. A lot of games and a lot of movies that around that time they did QA for. It's fucking mental how well like integrated this company was with like big studios. It was just cheap labor. That's why. And they found good people, but it was severely underpaid, severely underappreciated. Like, because everybody thinks, oh, QA is easy, right? No, it's not. QA is a lot of work and it's ungratefully done. Like you actually have to like play a game, and it's not even playing, it is testing, and it's finding ways to break it, finding like then also doing translation on top of that. And it's you might as well go on benefits in most countries and you get paid more than you do for QA work. Play a tech demo for 40 hours type shit, yep, and then translate everything and find every bug known to man. And get like minimum, not even minimum wage. Not even minimum wage. Because it's a 0-hour contract, which basically means you're not even employed. You are basically just, you get brought in for when they have work, and they'll give you pay based on the work they get. So if they don't get any work, you don't get any pay, but you're tied to them. It's not illegal. It's a 0-hour contract. As a sole trader or as a contractor, which is what I had to do for 8 years, or longer even, longer. For most of my career, I have been a sole trader slash contractor or freelancer, where companies give you a rolling contract, but they never permanently employ you. And it's the most garbage thing that a company can do because you never have job security. But people will go like, oh, but you get paid extra. Not even. Not even. It is a fucking stupid. It would definitely be a workers' right breach in Germany. It wouldn't be. Because 0-hour contracts is something very common for contractors. A lot of people, actual people who want to work that way, they benefit off of it because you get paid per work that you deliver. Now, mind you, my contract that I had with my company wasn't a 0-hour contract. It is basically a full-time contract, but as a contractor, that means you are susceptible to less or more hours based on availability. It's like a little disclaimer in the contract, which for a contractor, that's perfectly fine. The thing that I hate about being a contractor for a prominent company is Let me show you. I can draw this. You guys are gonna get a new Doodle NFT. Yes, if you were an employee, it would be illegal. That's 100% correct. If you were an employee. Yup. It's, well, it's shit. Anyway, so let me show you what the difference is for what happened to me, right? There we go. So here is if you are an employee. Here is if you are a contractor, right? So, employee, you get paid holidays. You get a consistent wage. You get benefits, whatever that comes in, right? You then get bonuses. What else do you get? Huh. Travel expenses, and I'll tell you this kicker and why I fucking chuckle at that one. And also you get to go to events. So let's take all of this, right? Now, all of this you don't get as a contractor. As a contractor, right? If you want days off, unpaid. Consistent wage, that's not a thing. You get inconsistent wage based on how much hours are available. Then benefits, none of that. You don't get any benefits. You know what you get? I'll tell you what you get. You get to do your taxes. And trust me, I fucking hate doing taxes. Because you gotta keep all of your fucking pay slips. Because you don't get taxed on your pay slips. You're gonna have to do that all yourself. And you gotta do the maths. And then all of your expense... Oh my god. The worst thing. Expenses. Every meal. Every ounce that I spend on traveling, on equipment, on anything business related, I had to ask for receipts. And these receipts I had to scan in. Because obviously receipts, the ink fades over time. Can't rely on that being fucking there after a year when I have to do my taxes during the end of the financial year. So I had to scan it all in. I had to document it. I had a folder that had the physical copy and a digital copy. A printed copy along with it. And I had to collect that paperwork year after year. And the thing is, I can't even get rid of it. Because I might get audited that I have to literally show the last up to 5 to 6 years worth of expenses if they ever audited me or they went into detail. Then, bonuses. Nah. Well, you know what you get? You get to pay. You get to work through the fucking holiday. That's what they expect from you. That's what my company expected from my team. That we worked throughout the holiday. Everybody out there at the event, the Christmas party, right? We were not invited. Half the events they ran at my fucking company, we as contractors were not invited. We didn't matter. Something huge would come out. We were not allowed to attend. We were not allowed to attend. Sometimes we were. Sometimes. Not always. Luckily, my manager and my supervisors at my team, they were fucking amazing. And they fought tooth and nail for us as contractors to have some semblance of like, hey, we appreciate the work that you do for this company. Here's something back for you guys. Luckily, I had good managers and I had good supervisors who actually fought tooth and nail for my team to actually have something. Travel expenses. Let me tell you this, right? I worked in London, right? How much do you think on a yearly basis you spent commuting in and out London? When I say out London, on the outer skirts, because nobody lives in the inner circle of London without paying an exuberant fucking amount, unless you're living in a shitbox. So usually people live in like the more outer zones. Like let's say if London was divided in 5 zones, people would live in zone 5 and 4 and commute into zone 1 for work. That's what people did because it was way cheaper. Way cheaper, right? How much do you think on an annual basis I would spend on the London Underground? Don't worry, I'll wait. I have the number. Easily 1,200 to 1,500 a year. You sweet summer child. It's way more. Way more. It's almost £2,000. I'm not even joking. It's almost 2,000. For the amount of commuting that I had to do, it was almost £2,000. That equates to about, I would say, 2,300, 2,400 euros a year. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even joking. And the worst part is, if you were an employee, that was all covered. That was covered. They would just be like, yo, it's free. It's free. We'll pay for it. For us, nope. We had to get receipts. We had to collect traveling receipts. And then we had to put that in the expenses. And then we didn't even get the full amount back. We just get a percentage back. Yeah, not far off. Not far off. It costed me about £3 a day. And I would go into work 5-6 days a week, right? So that would cost me about £15 a week. £15 times, well, 4.5. Times 4.5 is 60, and then it's like £61 in a, yeah, 61 pounds in a month. And that's if you were living in a near zone. Sorry, what is this math that I'm doing here? Sorry, I can't do math. Anyway, let me restart that. I think it cost me about, you know what? Let's check. The prices probably have changed now. Hang on. Two. Hang on. Here we go. Bro, what the fuck am I looking at here? Here we go. Oh my god. Yeah. If you travel on peak, it's bro, what? Yeah. It comes about to that price. It can range from where you live, right? So if you live close to the city center, it costs you annually between 1,000 to 1,500 annually. But if you live on the outer skirts of London, it can cost you between 1,700 to 2,300 depending where you live, on an annual basis. I'm just looking at the fares costs right now on London transport. It hasn't changed all that much. But the thing is, and this is what they don't tell you, if you live closer to the city center, your rent goes up. So it's better to get extra on your commute. So you pay £200-300 extra on your commute, but you save about £400-500 a month on travel, on rent. Sorry. But yeah, for where I lived, hang on, let me quickly look it up. So I lived in Zone 4. 1,300 on an annual basis. That's how much it costs now. And that is for an annual traveling card. Which I didn't have. I paid per fare as I went. Because who the fuck can cough up 1,300 just like that? And by the way, imagine if, right, you would pay £1,300 a year, right? Or like for a year. And then halfway in your year, they let you go. And you have to move out of London. You're not even getting that money back. Nobody would buy an annual pass unless you have job security. That for that whole year, like that's what you're doing. You're in London for that year. So nobody goes for annual passes unless you are running a company or running a project that you are committed to for over a year. Nobody buys these. You save money on them, but nobody buys these unless you have that sense of job security. People will probably go for like probably a pay as you go, and they try and travel off peak so that it's cheaper. But hardly people will buy like month longs, because again, as a contractor, what if that week you're not working as much? Those days all go to waste. Eventually, you're paying more, so you don't take that risk of paying more upfront. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. You can tell that it's fucked up. The whole system is fucked up. As a contractor, it was a fucking living hell because you weren't even considered part of the company. You were a tool. That's how it felt most of the time. And I'm glad that I had the best team ever. I cannot say anything bad about my team because I fucking loved working there. I loved going to work and being part of that team. They were the fucking best. But being a contractor is fucking shit. It's fucking shit. And I hated it, and I never want to go back to it. Now I have a permanent contract with my company, and I am so grateful to them for it. I no longer have to do my taxes. I no longer have to collect money and respond to the fucking tax office every year and give them, like, fucking mountains of expensive and receipts that I have to scan in. And, oh, God, don't even get me started. In my first year, I had a company do it for me, and then I realized how much they skimmed off the top of my taxes. Like, I would have to pay them to do the taxes for me and manage my monthly wage, and then I realized I'm just losing money having them manage me for nothing. So I just left them. After a few months, I was like, nah, I'm doing it myself. So I started doing it all myself. The London Underground is fucking shit. I'll tell you guys this. Every fucking day you come back from work and you have black dirt under your nails, and when you fucking blow your nose, black comes out because the London Underground is such a polluted fucking mess. Everybody lives at 300 miles an hour. You don't matter. You could collapse in the middle of fucking London. Nobody fucking gives a shit. They just walk past you. Some of them would even throw a penny at you on the ground because they think you're a beggar. It is not a good place to be. And I'm glad that I don't live there anymore. And I would never want to live there again. Let's just stick with R34. Yagi! Um, Contractor, aka freelancer, been that. Don't want to do that again. Being an employee is far better for my sanity, for everybody, Panda. Contractor is not good unless for certain professions where you actually need that level of sort of like self-policing and control. But if you're doing an office job or you're being part of a larger goal and part of a team, and it is something that you don't need the extra efforts, it's far better to be an employee. I didn't know you was in NightZoom. Good luck racing. Yeah, I was one of the first people. Uh, funnily enough, they opened up the testing for the first one, and I think I got in like 2 days after they announced it, or the day they announced it. I was very early with being one of the testers. So yeah. Also, hello, Ella. Hello, how are you? Love it. You race as well, Ella? Polo is copying me. He's doing my track. The home wrecked. I love being a home wrecked. Sorry, love home wrecked. Fucking hell, what's wrong with me? Um, I'm good. What about you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm uh, I'm just chilling, yapping as I always do. You know what I'm like. I just yappa yappa. I yappa yappa. Alright, we'll do a Devil's Gambit. I do love racing. I'm just rubbish at it. Same, Ella. Don't ever think that I'm good at it. Uh, Devil's... Oh my god, I can't type. Devil's Gambit is up. Fair enough, guys. I'll come race you in OD. Oh, Ella, you haven't heard the latest. You haven't heard the latest. We did an announcement the other day. We did an announcement. Hang on. I have to show this off. Here you go. This is the latest. Yeah. We had an announcement about it the other day. We're in the final stages of development for OD 3.0. Oh. Soon, I also have to I actually have to do some stuff for 3.0 after the stream. Because they're piling onto they're piling onto work for me. So yeah. But yeah, 3.0 is being developed. I don't know how long obviously it's gonna take. It's an undetermined time. It could be a week, could be a month, could be 2 months, we don't know. It depends on how the final stages of development are gonna go for us. Devil's Gambit will start in 2 minutes. 3 times more doodle, something like that. Well, I'm looking forward to it, as you should. As you should. We've been doing a lot of good shit with it. A lot of, I would say, a lot of our own thing, rather than what Prodigy is doing or what NoPixel is doing. We're trying really hard to do our own thing. Let me just quickly say, hang on. Race. Hey. We will start shortly. Posture checks, hydration checks. Kiss a homie. I'm trying to kiss you. Yo, come to the back. Give me some sugar. Where's my racing playlist? Here we go. All right. Okay, I have to sit properly. Bring Alien over for a visit when you release? Definitely do. We welcome every single person, every walk of life. Your friend is in the same race? Nice. Good luck to your friend. Godspeed to him. Or her. I'm more of an organizer than a racer. I love organizing the races, getting everybody in a good mood, rather than racing myself. I was almost doing a different track. I saw that just in time. Pay respect, Tengu block. Fucking hell, that threw me off. Thinking it over. next race. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Maybe a flight risk. Quickly announce it. Say. What car? Maybe a GTR race. I feel like we need a GTR race. Need a GTR. Para para pa pa pa. Para para pa pa pa. Here we go. Oh, I can't see my own car. I get confused. Oh my god. When there's so many cars, I have the concentration of like a fucking spoon. Like I start looking at other cars and I get so immersed in that my thought just like fucking wanders. Happens to me on Project Street all the time as well. Is it full send? It's a full send, okay. Just remember, there's a bump just before here. There we go. I'd rather take a break than get sent flying. What the hell happened to my car there? It was like I was being pushed forward by something. Oh. Goodbye. That checkpoint on the right confused me because I thought we had to take the exit. That fucking sucks. Okay. All right. We'll do this song. Tap the brake one too many times there. drifty ass car. Fuck off. Are you joking? I don't like this car. I do not like this car. So dumb. There we go. Fuck that car. What was that broken ass car again? This one. Oh, okay. My cosmetics didn't save, I guess. Or did I do it on this one? Nope. Holy mother of lag. Oh my god. Did I break the script or something? Oh my god. Jesus. Right. I was on my break the entire time. God damn. God damn. hate that I can't see my car because the other car was in me. So I didn't even know that my car was fucking drifting. Motherfucker. It's a new racing line right there. Another new racing line. Don't worry about it. Yeah. What did I miss? Oh boy. Is that car really that good? And everybody just fucking runs a Supra? Fuck it, let me try it. my guy doing? Oi! Yeah, I'm tilted. I can tell. Like, I'm just making one mistake after another now. That's how tilted I am. Hey. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Alright. Give me 1 second. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Alright. Uno momento, por favor. Por favor. Oh, I hate the fact that this delivery place keeps having 40% off. Rios is again 40% off, sweetie. Rios is again 40% off. I'm still gonna go for meat, baby. It's a place that I call. They have one thing on the menu that I like. It's an Indian place. And this one thing is called. I call it meat baby because it's like just the weight of a baby in meat wrapped in a naan bread. It's the best fucking shit. And I do the same thing every fucking time. um Actually, I just need to quickly check something. Because usually Rios does like. No? Shit. Shit. Ooh. Apparently, if we get one more stamp, we get the discount as well. We're that close to it again. Ugh. No, I should do Meat Baby. We do Rios together all the time, so. There we go. All right. All right. Put that over there. That over here. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm actually tired. Mm, 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 mm. All right. All right. Ugh. I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna go and help the developers work a bit on 3.0 and do some other stuff for 3.0. Um, mm, mm, mm. I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I might, but I'm not making any promises right now. We'll see. Well, we'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna do some of that, and then I'm gonna go back to what I was doing prior to today, which is rewatching Haikyuu for the fifth time, which I've been very much enjoying. But yeah, I appreciate you all for tuning in today. I appreciate all the new follows. I appreciate all the raids. Just appreciate you guys being here, keeping me company, having a conversation with me. I really, really appreciate it. It goes a very, very long way with me. Anyway, without further any delaying the inevitable, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your morning, afternoon, day, evening, night, wherever you are. Hope you're all good. Hope you're all eating well, living well, drinking well, staying hydrated, good postures, and all that jazz, all the good stuff. And I might see you guys tomorrow. If not, I will probably see you guys on either Monday or Tuesday. All right. Take care, everybody. Appreciate you all. Goodbye, Panda. Goodbye. And toodaloos.